I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
All right, you have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Excuse me. Counselor Pelham, can you please state your location and the reason why you are calling in this evening?
Yes, I'm home and it's medical.
Thank you. Is there a motion to allow Counselor Pelham to join the meeting virtually?
So moved.
Second. That was subliminal.
What happened?
Roll call.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham. Oh, sorry. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, can you please state your reason for calling in and where your location is?
I'm located at 1109 Delaware Avenue, Hopewell, Virginia, medical.
Thank you. Is there a motion to allow
So
council?
move.
Thank you.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move we enter into a closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A to discuss cost allocations to the city's solid waste contract, East Carlson Street LOI, and possible Chesterfield County intake station.
Second.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Counselor Holloway and Counselor Pelham, we'll see you in close.
Thank you.
She was on the phone because she was having problems.
Okay, we'll just take you one more.
Our most comfortable shoes.
Just waiting for Ms. Pelham, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Is Pelham on yet? No, okay.
No.
She should be fine. Yes, we're waiting for you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Pelham will not be joining us.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Is there a motion to come out of closed meeting? Second.
Counselor Gore?
Here. What am I doing?
Coming out of closed
Close
meeting.
it, yes, sorry.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Here.
Yes, sir. You want to
Yes.
come out?
What are we
closed session?
doing?
Come out of closed.
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. I was like, what am I answering? Yes.
That's about the same way. I was like, what am
I was,
I
I
saying?
was talking.
Counselor Holloway? Yeah, she's on. Counselor Holloway? Okay, Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
All right, motion passes, Mayor.
Thank you. Certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in the closed meeting. Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Oh, she's off. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
All right, motion passed, Mayor.
Thank you.
I move that the city council submit public comments on Chesterfield's DEQ permit number 20-0085 and request an extended public comment period and public hearing.
Second.
Who was that second? Okay. Okay, Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Oh, she's not on. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Ward?
Okay.
Give us 1 second.
1 second.
We have one more.
Let's see, where did I put that motion? I move that we continue our contract with Meridian Waste through the end of the contract on June 30th, 2024.
Second.
All right, Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes, Mayor.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Ward, how are you?
I'm well. Good evening,
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's work session is regarding a proposed zoning amendment to Article 15, our floodplain ordinance. FEMA just recently completed a flood insurance study for the city of Hopewell, along with updating our flood insurance rate map. There were no real significant changes to either of those. But as a part of this process, when the FIS and the firm become effective in December, we are required to update our floodplain ordinance. We last did this back in 2015, and we follow DCR and FEMA provide the city with what they call a model ordinance. And so we compared our existing ordinance with their model ordinance, and the changes that we need to update are very minor in nature. They pretty much just clarify roles and responsibilities and correct some formatting, grammatical and punctuation errors in the existing ordinance. The Planning Commission held a public hearing about this zoning amendment on October 6th. I'm bringing this to you tonight in a work session, so obviously not asking for any action, and we will be back on November 15th with the public hearing for this zoning amendment because we need to submit our approved and adopted floodplain ordinance back to DCR by November 21st. So this evening, staff is recommending approval of the proposed amendments. Of course, we're not asking for any action from you all tonight, but Planning Commission also is recommending approval of the proposed amendment. So we'll be back in a couple of weeks for a public hearing. Were there any questions on this one?
I do not have any lights. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
I'm here.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
At this time, we'll have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Counselor Gore.
Shall we bow our heads? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for your abiding presence over our city. We thank you, dear Lord, for our city council members, and we thank you for the love that they have for the city and their courage and their dedication. Dear Lord, we pray that you will extend to them your help, Father, when they must make difficult decisions. Bless them, O Lord, with courage, with honesty, Lord, righteousness, and the spirit of working together. And may the works of their hands, Lord, bring glory to your name. We praise you and we thank you in your holy name. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was there comment? Okay. Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt or amend the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes, Mayor.
Mr. Maurice Wilkins, how are you? Thank you. We're looking forward to this.
City Council asked Mr. Watkins come to the podium and get started. The council has approved on 9/12 in a council meeting to approve LED lighting across the city. Mr. Watkins, who is the acting city the interim city engineer, he will be here to demonstrate the project plan for the LED lighting throughout the city of Hopewell.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, and members of council. It is my honor to present to you the LED conversion program that we are initiating for the citizens of Hopewell. Our current streetlight inventory is as follows. In the city, we have 1,678 HPS or high-pressure sodium streetlights, 70 MV or mercury vapor streetlights, and 101 light-emitting diode streetlights or LEDs. Currently, our monthly bill for Dominion Energy is $18,770.80. After the LED conversion program is complete, our monthly bill will be $14,762.84. This results in a monthly savings of $3,994.96 and an overall yearly savings of $47,339.47. We have 1,779 convertible streetlights in the city. And the process that I go through in order to convert the lights over to LEDs is each work request consists of 50 streetlights. And throughout the process, it will take 36 work requests to reach the total of 1,779. Each work request costs the city $7,100. The estimated total to convert 1,779 streetlights to LEDs is going to be $268,741. These are the estimates submitted to us by Dominion Energy. The timetable that we are looking at is approximately 2 years to 2.5 years. We are initiating our first sets of street lights with a color temperature of 3,000 Kelvin, as suggested by our LED point of contact. A light bulb's color temperature helps identify what the look and the feel of the light produced will be. Color temperature of a light bulb is measured in degrees Kelvin on a scale from 1,000 to 10,000. The style of streetlight fixture that we will have will be the Cobra head streetlight style. This style allows for shielding of the LED lights. For example, if we are to place the streetlights and then the citizens have a complaint that the streetlight is too bright, that it is shining into their home, then the Cobra Head streetlight allows us to put shielding as to where the light will no longer shine into their home. And from my research, the amount of light that reaches the ground from an LED light is much higher than our current HPS lights. So this shielding may come into play, but we will look into that post-installation, depending upon citizen complaints or citizen concerns. Currently, there are 3 work requests in the workings. And as I inquired about the timeline has changed. The downtown scheduled start date is now December 27th, 2022, with a scheduled completion date of December 28th, 2022, and a project completion date of December 31st, 2022. The Winston Churchill and Sunnyside Avenue neighborhood, the scheduled start date is December 14th, with a scheduled completion date of December 15th and a projected completion date of December 31st. The Five Forks Berry Street and High Avenue neighborhood has a scheduled start date of December 19th, with a scheduled completion date of December 20th, and the projected completion date is December 31st. I was in contact with my Dominion representative the other day, and these dates may actually get moved forward if the materials arrive sooner. And these are the areas, the geographical areas within the city that the work requests are going to be initiated in, the 3 that are working now. In the top center, we have the downtown area. In the lower right, we have the Five Forks area, Berry Street, and High Avenues. And then in the lower left, we have Winston Churchill and Sunnyside Avenue areas. These are pictures from Newport News, Virginia. They chose a higher color temperature of 4,000 Kelvin for this neighborhood. We can see the difference between the high-pressure sodium lights compared to the LED lights on the picture to the left. The picture to the right shows the actual street illumination in the section where the LED lights are. The LED conversion program is an enhancement for the city of Hopewell. It will be favorable for our economic development infrastructure. Most importantly, it adds an extra layer of safety for our citizens. Our first responders will immensely benefit while responding at night with more illuminated streets. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing the LED program to go forward. Are there any questions?
I do not see any lights. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manker. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you all.
Moving on to our public hearing.
Do you want me to read the blurb?
Um,
Okay. All persons addressing council shall approach.
He's gonna go through the,
Okay.
and then we'll just, do you have a presentation for us? Okay.
I do. Would you like me to do the presentation first? Okay. Good evening again. Tonight's public hearing regards a zoning amendment to the TH1, which is our Tourist Historic District. I brought this to you to a work session at your last meeting, and the purpose of this amendment is to be in compliance with the National Park Service and the Department of Historic Resources model ordinance so that the city of Hopewell can become a certified local government. As I mentioned, these standards are set by the NPS and they're administered by DHR. The city started this CLG status, seeking CLG status in 2014. We got real close right there at early 2020, and we're getting ready to present to you this amended ordinance, and that's when the pandemic hit. So it went on halt for a couple of years, and now I'm bringing it back to you tonight for final consideration. The benefits of being a certified local government would be that it promotes viable communities through preservation. It recognizes and rewards communities with sound local preservation programs. It establishes credentials of quality for local preservation programs, and some say this is the most important. It will allow us to apply and receive various historic preservation grant funds when those funds are available. I believe a question came up at the work session as to whether those funds were still there, and the best information I can find is that yes, it is there, but it's not funded like it used to be, so it's less money. Section V is the only section that we're actually updating in this ordinance, and that section speaks to how the city identifies, determines, and designates historic districts. The revised Section Z actually adds more transparency to that process, and it expands the input of property owners and provides their input for expanding or for new historic districts. The Section V also just identifies all parties involved in the process, and that would be property owners, the Director of Development, the Architectural Review Board, the Planning Commission, and of course, City Council. The Hopewell Planning Commission reviewed these changes at their May 16th meeting in 2020. They approved the change with a 4-0 vote. I brought this to your work session on September 27th, and then tonight is our final public hearing for these changes. If you all approve the ordinance change this evening, we will immediately be submitting the revised ordinance to DHR, and hopefully that is the last step in the city obtaining certified local government status. Are there any questions about the amendment or CLG status?
I do not see any lights, thank you.
Great.
Madam City Clerk, if you could read the insert.
All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No person shall be permitted to address council a second time until all others have been heard, and no one may speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council.
I'd like to open the public hearing. Do you have anybody? Is there anyone in the audience who did not have an opportunity to sign to be heard at the public hearing or speak? Okay, thank you. Public hearing is now closed. Councilor Denton and Councilor Gore.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we,
Did you have a question? No,
okay,
you're good.
go ahead.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the CLG changes to the TH1 zoning to receive this, for the city to receive this designation.
Second. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Counselor Gore? Okay, roll call?
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Motion passed, Mayor.
Thank you. This time, we'd like to open the floor for communications from citizens. Do we have anybody sign? Is there anyone here in the audience who didn't have the opportunity to sign to speak this evening under communication from citizens? Okay, thank you. Moving on to regular business, Dr. Manker.
Tonight, on the regular business, we have our Commonwealth Attorney, Mr. Richard Newman. He is returning from the last council session and requests for salary increases for his assistant attorneys. We have provided to you tonight the full cost analysis that was required from us and from me, the finance director, and Mr. Newman. And that indicated that the impact for his 3 positions is $83,246. We're requesting action tonight. As you notice, the current salary for attorney 1, 2, and 3, and the proposed salary is listed in your packet today. The city finance director has indicated the locations of where we would obtain those savings from. We are recommend those savings come from our first quarter salaries from various departments in salary savings. Any questions?
Counselor Holloway's on the line. She's having technical difficulties, so we have her on the phone.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, no problem. Yeah, just let me know if you want to speak.
Okay, I have Counselor Gore and then Counselor Randolph. I did, tell her I text her back. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Newman, could you approach the podium?
Counselor Gore?
Just a point of clarification, so this request will be from this starting point to the remainder of the fiscal year?
Yes.
So my question is, in regards to the previous conversations council had about doing mid-year salary adjustments, why was this brought to us now and not with the upcoming budget cycle?
Who are you asking the question to?
The city manager.
Madam City Manager.
Okay. It was requested a salary increase for the 3 attorneys because we are in desperate need to retain the 3 city attorneys that are presently in the office.
Okay, Mr. Newman, can you elaborate on that?
Well,
'Cause-
sure. I requested this back for this fiscal year. And the response I got was, what can you cut out of your budget? The salaries they're making, they're not gonna stay here. Hopewell's just a training ground. And the salaries that are being paid is not gonna attract anybody. If you go on the Commonwealth Attorney Services Council, which is a department that provides training for the Commonwealth's attorneys, they have a employment thing on their website. There are ads that have been up there since February of officers trying to get help with the salaries that my employers are currently making. And I've already had one approach me, and he's a rising star, and he's got the experience now, and I suspect if this doesn't happen, he's gonna be gone. And then I'm gonna have a problem.
So was last year the first time you asked for this increase, or was it like a continuous request that you have?
I've asked in the past all along. This is not the first time I've been here.
Counselor Randolph.
Thank you. I don't really have a question, I just want to make a comment that normally I'm with Counselor Gore, I don't like to make mid-year salary adjustments. We're trying to get away from that since it has created problems for us in the past. However, we should be looking at Mr. Newman's office as part of the public safety aspect of the city, along with sheriffs, police, et cetera. And we missed out on giving and looking at his office for increases as well. So on a basis that we can for the remainder of this year use salary savings that we already have and not have to appropriate new funds, I can say that I would approve this potential and that it would go into your budget for following years and for you to manage. So I'm for this.
Thank you. Did you have no? I just want to ask one question. We are taking this from salary savings, right? So we don't have to do any budget amendment. Okay, we're taking it from the department.
Yes.
Okay, and you're just transferring it.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that council approve the salary increases for the 3 assistant attorneys in the Commonwealth's office to use the salary savings as given in our packet by the finance director and the city manager.
Second.
Mayor Bennett?
Oh, give me 1 second. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yeah, I'm all for this, I don't have a problem with it, but, this is just a request from me, Dr. Manker, that when we're building the budget for next year, since we've done this for the public safety officers, we really need to, look at, salary increases and, raises for folks, because I don't want us to keep coming back over and over and over piecemeal, but I also want to give assurances to, employees that, that this next budget year, we're going to have more revenue that we can actually do something with. And, I want to make sure that, we're tackling retention.
Roll call.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Yes. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Motion passed, Mayor.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you.
Rankin, council, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Sheriff. As the sheriff approaches the bench for the podium for R2, the item here is the enterprise fleet presentation from the sheriff's office. The sheriff would like to propose a leasing option for his vehicles, and he's proposing using the 295 funds that he is generating. He's on target to generate around $2 million, and he's requesting somewhere between 10 and 15% of those funds to go back towards the enterprise leasing program. And so today he will be presenting to you guys what that program looks like, and he is requesting action to move forward with the leasing program, but he will not need the funds until the 23 budget year, FY 23. But he has to purchase the cars now during this window. Sheriff?
All right, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, thank you for having me tonight. I've invited Matt Williamson from Enterprise Fleet to come up and give the presentation. As Dr. Manker had mentioned, I appreciate her vote of confidence. I don't know if we're gonna be hitting 2 million, but, I think right now we're projected, if we stay at the current pace we're at right now, I think we're gonna hit, just over 1 million, approximately $1,066,677.76.
We'll take it.
If we stay at the pace we're at right now, which we, hopefully we will be able to do. Our department goal, is 1.2 million, so we're trying to get back to that $1 million mile status. We've not been there for a few years. But with that, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm gonna ask, Matt to come up and, give his presentation, and then I'll be available for any questions afterwards.
I saw it was on the screen. Do you want handouts or?
We have,
We have it
we
in the
have them.
packet.
Just want to
Thank
make
you.
sure. Sorry. Well, again, want to thank you all for having me. I really appreciate it. My name's Matt Williamson. I'm with Enterprise Fleet Management. Really what I wanted to do today, I'm sure most of y'all up here are familiar with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We're a sister company of Enterprise Rent-A-Car, so I wanted to just discuss what our fleet program looks like for our government partners. Again, what we do is we have about 2 million vehicles that we own and operate ourselves. And we take that data, that information, and that fleet insight and apply that to our government and local business partners. If you take a look at the first slide, those are some of the local government entities that we work with here in Virginia. Some that are nearby, City of Newport News, City of Petersburg, they've been through multiple budget cycles with us and have been on our program. We work with about 30 clients here in Virginia. That equates to about 1,500 vehicles on lease. Nationwide, we have over 2,000 clients on our program with about 140,000 vehicles on lease, which is a quarter of Enterprise's vehicles on lease. So again, it's a really strong partnership, and what we do essentially is pair how you as a government entity purchase vehicles with how Enterprise sells vehicles. One thing I did want to say too, I'm sorry, if there's any questions at any point in time, please feel free to stop me. I'll take questions anytime. I'll also have some time at the end for questions as well. So the next slide over is our suite of services. So there's really 5 main components when it comes to operating a fleet. There's the purchasing of the vehicles, so that's going out finding them. And in this market, unfortunately, it is getting the dealers to agree to government contract pricing has been a big challenge for a lot of our clients. There's the funding of the fleet, your compliance, so that's tags, titles, recalls, things of that nature. Operations is fuel degradation. So as the engine ages, it gets less fuel economy as well. Where we come in is we analyze the fleet of vehicles, what the vehicles cost, what we estimate the maintenance to be, and ultimately what we think we can sell the vehicle to determine what's that right period to replace that fleet. So we're replacing these vehicles while they still have value and we can sell them in the marketplace and get a return, but before those maintenance and fuel costs begin to increase. Any questions before I move on? Perfect. So the next 2 slides are, I think, the most powerful example of the enterprise government partnership, and that's in the half-ton truck space. For this vehicle example here, this is one of our clients where they ran a GMC Sierra for 11 months. You can see in the first yellow box the delivered price, so they purchased that vehicle for $24,500. Their payments to Enterprise were $439 a month, or a total of $4,800. However, at that 11-month period in the second yellow box, we sold that vehicle for $31,000, or $6,700 more than they bought that vehicle for. So when you factor in the remaining value owed to Enterprise and the resale, they actually had a net, which is the green, $5,500. So they essentially made $5,500 by operating that vehicle, again, for essentially at cost. And what a lot of our clients do is they take the funds from selling a truck like this to help cover some of the costs that are incurred by a police vehicle, which has traditionally heavy upfit, 4 cages, lights, things of that nature. The next slide over is a example from during COVID. The previous slide was before COVID. We've been doing this for trucks for about the last 6 years in our government fleets, and again, we do it in our rental fleet of pickup trucks as well. This is an example for one of our local clients here in Virginia. They ran the 5 GMC Sierras and the F-150 down at the bottom. You can see the purchase price was $27,000 for the GMC Sierras, $31,000 for the F-150. However, on average, they held them for about 13 months, and you can see we sold them for $39,000 for the Sierras, $41,000 for the F-150, or again, almost $11,000 more than they paid for that vehicle. Again, it reads very similar to the last slide, but again, the net cash at term is about $9,000. So the resale market, just due to the inventory shortage, has been really strong during COVID, and a lot of our clients have been able to capitalize on that. So. The next slide I can touch on if you all would like, but in interest of time, I was going to skip to the vehicle replacement analysis. Again, if there's any questions, I can circle back. This is an analysis that we ran for the sheriff's fleet. So there were 21 vehicles in the fleet. Up at the top, the average hold time was 14 years on this fleet. They were doing right under 10,000 miles per year, and their average purchases historically has been about 1.8 per year. So that's some years 0, some years 5, and having these big budget swings when that becomes the case. If you were to purchase these vehicles today with the upfit that they require, the average vehicle cost is $53,670. When you factor that into the 1.8, that breaks out to an average capital budget of about $99,960. Because this is an aged fleet, and police vehicles in particular do have a higher maintenance spend, the annual maintenance on these is $30,000. And then $36,000 for the fuel spend, for a total fleet budget of $167,000. We're looking to replace 10 of the oldest vehicles for the Sheriff's Department and get them into the Durangos, which again, as the city manager mentioned, is under a very short ordering window, unfortunately due to the inventory shortages with the with the vehicle manufacturers. So we're looking to replace 8 of their pursuit-rated vehicles and 2 of their administrative vehicles. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to sell the existing fleet. There's 10 vehicles that we're going to be selling. On average, those vehicles are worth about $3,800. It's going to break out into monthly lease payments of $9,400 or a total capital spend of $113,000. However, because you're getting a newer, fresher fleet and we're replacing the 10 oldest vehicles with the highest mileage, we're going to cut your maintenance expenses in half. So your maintenance is going to drop to $12,000 in year 1. And it's also going to reduce your fuel spend because each year manufacturers release vehicles gets more fuel economy. So your total fleet budget would be $140,000 for these vehicles, which is a savings of $12,000. The line right below that, if you guys will take a look, so the current fleet equity is what these vehicles are worth today, which is the $38,000. At term, you'll have equity in these vehicles of $109,000. So when you go to replace these vehicles in 5 years, instead of it being $3,800 per vehicle, it's going to be $9,000 per vehicle. So it's going to significantly reduce your payments on the second round. So that is all that I had. If you guys had any questions, please feel free to fire away.
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand, if we're saying you're replacing the vehicles, you're replacing the shell of the vehicles. You're not saying anything with the equipment in the vehicles. We're just talking about vehicles, that's it.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out. It's a great
Okay.
point. These are with the equipment included,
Okay.
this pricing plan. And we deliver the vehicles turnkey ready, and again, replace them same way. You guys don't have to handle that, so I know that can help with some of the man hours for some of my current government clients, because they don't have to handle the upfit and when they decommission the vehicles as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to identify additional costs.
No, I understand
Thank you.
completely.
My second question is, I see where you have your increase in, as far as your difference or your variance.
Mhm.
If we were to, you said in 4 years or 5 years?
It would be 5 years, yes, ma'am.
5 years?
Yep.
So I don't have my glasses. Did you include a possible increase, like you're using this percentage based on, because I know with time, we're talking about
Yep.
variances, we're talking about consumer price indexes,
Yes.
PPIs. Did you include that percentage
Yep.
in here?
So historically, vehicle manufacturers have increased price on average by 2.2%. That is factored in the
Okay.
increased purchase price. Again, what helps offset some of that cost is there's more value in the vehicles when you turn them in versus running them for $150,000.
So when we do turn it in, do we get any profit from the ones we turn in? Or is that something that you're already using? That's my bottom line. Are we receiving any benefit
Yep.
or funds from that?
So that's, again, a choice to you all. What most of my clients do and what's included in this model is taking the funds from the sale of the vehicle to pay down the payments on the next round. However, I do have a client right now, it's a school board. They're taking the proceeds of half of that and paying down the vehicle, and they're taking the other half and using as needed. So again, it's up to your discretion. We do recommend keeping it in the fleet because, again, it makes your payments more predictable long-term and it helps keeps your fleet budget lower. So we do recommend keeping it in the fleet, but again, it's the equity is yours. And how we get to that number is instead of financing the full cost of that $53,000, instead of financing it to a $0 amount, we finance it to a book value that is below what we believe we can sell it for, which is on that slide that I did jump over, so maybe I should have covered it.
It's
But
fine. I'm going to pause right here and
Yep.
hand it over to Counselor Randolph.
yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. We know that in the last 6 years, you said you've been doing this with localities.
Yes.
And we know that during that time frame that the resale value of used cars has significantly continued to increase.
Yes.
What happens if we see a decrease in that and the sale is less? We're gonna owe you money.
Yep, so these numbers are estimating a traditional trend. So
Right.
essentially, since 1980, we've been running data with Ward's Automotive, which is a third-party fleet company
Right.
that has tracked resale value. From 1980 to today, it's essentially a 78% increase of vehicle value. You're correct. In the last 2 years, we've doubled the resale value. I did not factor that increase into the numbers. I calculated this on straight line resale. So again, that's why there's that cushion in there that I was mentioning, is to help protect you guys from some of that. But again, we've been doing this for a long time. We've been working with government entities for almost 20 years. Here in Virginia, longer in other places nationwide. We're a newer market. We've only been in Virginia for 30 years. We've been a fleet company for 50 years, so.
Second question, what happens if we wreck one of the cars?
Yep. No, so again, it operates as you do currently. So your insurance policy currently would cover that the same way as if it were one of your own vehicles.
Okay. And then lastly, for economies of scale, if we decided to do more with you, do we get a better deal? I'm always looking for that better deal.
No, I understand completely, and I apologize, I did miss that on the first slide. We are Sourcewell partnered. We're also partnered with Virginia Sheriff's Association and E&I, which is also sometimes called TIPS. So again, we are getting you guys the best purchase, whether you get one vehicle through us or 100, we're getting the best possible price for you. There unfortunately is no volume incentive. There is government incentives, and we're going to bid that out to make sure that we get the best discount. And that's on a per vehicle basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My question, really quick, Sheriff Stanley, I have a question for you. My question is, what is the difference between this and our government point of entry where we do purchase our vehicles through the state? What would be the difference and the benefit?
I'm trying to understand the question.
So we purchase our vehicles through the state. We have, excuse me, we do have procurement within the state that when we purchase our government vehicles that we utilize, and they usually give us that best price.
Yep.
What would be the difference between this
Yep.
and not going towards the already established vehicle
Yep.
that we have to purchase these?
Yep, so we are purchasing off those same contracts. The only difference, instead of paying cash, we're financing the vehicle.
So you are a vendor through the governmental through our purchasing acquisition through the government?
No, not in the same sense. We basically piggyback on those contracts. So the Sourcewell.
How so?
We have an agreement through Sourcewell, which is one of the cooperative purchasing agreements, the Virginia Sheriff's Association, which is again another government cooperative purchasing agreement, and then like I mentioned, E&I or TIPS. Again, depending on what vehicle you're purchasing and what the bids are. So just for an example, the Virginia Sheriff's Association puts out bids to all of the local dealers. They submit their pricing, and then they get awarded the bid depending on that pricing, we can use that same contract. So we do the same thing, where we shop it out to each of the dealers and get the most competitive pricing.
I'll come back.
Yes, sorry, maybe that
Counselor
wasn't
Bohr?
explained.
Thank you. My question is for the city manager and then also the finance director. For city manager, when we did the budget cycle the last time, budget cycle folding into our ARPA meeting, we said that we wanted there to be a comprehensive plan of vehicle needs from the departments, because it was identified that requests for all types of capital improvements weren't really making it up to chain to city council. But the biggest gap was in regards to the equipment purchases for vehicles. And we asked for staff to go back and to pull that information and give us recommendations before we go into the budget cycle. I don't think there's an ask for this tonight. If there is, it says immediate. I can't support that because I think it needs to be a part of that bigger conversation, especially when the request is to talk about the percent from the capital improvements and how that might fit into what we currently do with the CIP. And then also looking at, on average, again, I know there's issues with requests being included in the capital improvement plan, which I already know that's what we have to address. But let's say $200,000 is put in every other year for sheriff vehicles. Well, they already use that, they already have that money set aside that they can fold into something like this, and it really wouldn't impact a lot of their revenue. But I think to see a comprehensive picture, we need to have that information brought back to us as requested with everyone's vehicle needs. So I just want to see where you are with that, because I think when that request was brought up, you were just now becoming interim. So I don't think you even had time to.
Right, so this presentation was brought to me, and myself and other departments are currently going through the departments to see how this would benefit them in their department. So that is currently underway. At some point, he will provide us with a breakdown for every department, what that capital need will be and that cost would be. The reason for this presentation today is because there is a purchasing window that will go away in a matter of weeks. The money is not needed today. The money is needed in the '24 budget. When we only pay when the cars arrive, and there's an 8 to 9 month window lead. So it will be built into the budget. We are requesting permission to go ahead and make those purchases with the knowledge that we are going to designate some monies towards this leasing program.
But this feeds into the knowledge of the whole picture that we asked for. So this is still parsing out something when we ask for a comprehensive picture of all vehicles, police, fire, sheriff, all the departments. And so I get that, but for me, I still want to see the whole picture so we can make a well-rounded decision. And I get that now, there's a window, but I keep feeling like we keep having to do sidebar things when we're trying to create like a concise financial plan. So I get that. Thank you for that update. I'm just, for the record, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to have everything brought back to us as we kind of asked for, so that way we can go into the budget cycle being brought up to speed to where we kind of want to be moving forward.
Okay.
And I would like to just say my only hesitation here is I understand that we're getting the cars, but we do not know what the cost is, total cost, when we're talking about the equipment that goes into these vehicles. So I would like to have that big picture. And I would also like to see the differences. I understand you're here, you have a co-op, I understand that. But we also have points of entries in place, purchasing and acquisitions in place for the government. And I would definitely like to see that, because we have to. We can't have every department doing different things. If we can come in and have one way, we're looking at everything, this is where we're gonna go. Okay, and I appreciate you coming here. This is opening my eyes that there's other options out there, and that's competition. But when we're looking at competition, we have to justify, hey, is this something that we can continually and be consistent with? Or are we gonna continue going with what is already in place with our government and our state
Sure, I understand, and,
Purchasing options.
again, the only thing I will say to that is, to my knowledge, and I've been doing this for about 4 years now. I've worked with several partners similar to this. My role is to bring on new business. Once you partner with us, you get assigned an account manager who is going to help you with that proactive plan. Our goal for our government clients is to be a long-term partner. There's not been an agreement in our association yet that I'm aware of that we also haven't been able to piggyback on, because essentially we're buying the vehicles on your behalf. It works the same with my commercial clients. So for example, a company called EJ Wade is an ABC member. ABC has a negotiated pricing. Because EJ Wade is an ABC member, we buy on the ABC contract on behalf of EJ Wade. And that's traditionally how it works in the government space as well. So we would buy through your current existing programs on behalf of the City of Hopewell, and it just fits into a different funding model, which helps reduce the age of the fleet. And again, like I mentioned, safer vehicles, lower maintenance costs, that good stuff. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying that it should be, when we're looking at these things, we should look at competition as far as, hey, this is what we need, this is what we're asking for. Do we really need these? How much is the total cost? I want to see both of those on Dr. Manker. I want to see both of those up front so we can see that there are options and there was market research done so that we can get the best price, especially for our city. At this time, I'm not against it. I would just like to see the big picture,
Absolutely.
total costs. If there was any other research that was done through our other websites, especially our other government points of entries, which would be through the state, right? If that would be possible, I would like to see the big picture, okay?
Absolutely.
And just making sure that we're doing our checks and balances here within the city.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No. Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate it.
I still have questions.
Counselor
sorry.
Randolph.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Couple of things.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a lease program for us versus a outright purchase, so that it reduces the cost to us as a per-year expense, okay?
Yes.
So we know that our fire department is doing it and has done it this way. This is what Counselor Denton was talking about with the purchase of some police vehicles. We were trying to look at, not that we didn't want to purchase them, but potentially doing a lease to save the city immediate expenditure on all 15.
Sure.
So the question I have is, for the sheriff, you have indicated that you want to use a percentage of the 295 income that you're bringing to the city for these leases. Is that on an annual basis or a one-time basis, or what are you looking at percentage-wise to make the numbers?
Right now, we're looking at it, as a potential annual basis.
Okay.
To continue the program on, again,
That's okay.
our fleet is extremely old. We need roughly 20 vehicles.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not here asking for 20 vehicles. We're gonna try to get half. At this point, we're offering, the option to basically have the money that we are generating ourselves on the interstate, 15% of that money that's generated be reinvested into our vehicles and our program so we can continue going. We've got vehicles out there, as Matt said, 150 miles, 1,000 miles on it. It's very dangerous to be driving vehicles from 0 to 100 back to 0 multiple times a day with those kind of mileage on, that kind of mileage on it. So this was just the option that we were, kind of coming up with as far as how we can pay for it.
Right.
That's what I have as far as that.
And that's no problem. I appreciate that we don't have to come out of pocket for it, certainly, but I also know that hopefully the costs of what you're bringing to the city for that ticketing program is going to increase each year. So if we set a static percentage, then you're going to get a little extra money. So I'd rather work it out so that we cover your costs if we go with this program, that we cover your costs and not set it at a certain percentage, but actually a cost, so that you're assured to get the money you need for the rentals or the program, but that we're not, giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars extra. Sorry, I'm trying to use the
understand.
funds as best
I
as
understand,
possible.
yeah, we come up with 15%
Yeah,
just as a
That's fine.
base number.
I understand.
Like I said, obviously that could always be negotiated as well.
Oh, it
you
will.
know, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, that, like I said, that's
Yeah.
just the number that we had landed on, just to make sure that we were
Yes,
able to
sir.
cover.
Okay.
Based on the
I
numbers
just want to
that
make sure
we're
you're
hitting on
okay
now.
with us negotiating that amount so it covers your costs for the cars.
Yes.
But still gives the city as much as we can get for other needs.
Absolutely.
Great.
Who are
Thank
you negotiating with? I'm sorry, a point of information.
Huh?
You said you're gonna negotiate, what are you
I'm not gonna
negotiating?
negotiate anybody, but I don't want to do a strict flat percentage because that percentage is based on a moving dollar figure. So it may go up
May
exponentially.
go down.
Could go down, and then, he's not gonna have enough. So I'd rather that we look at potentially, if we do this program, having a fixed dollar for him so that he doesn't have to worry if he's got enough money to pay for it versus, and if he does, then if there's any left over, it comes to the city. And if not, then we're gonna have to put in.
Okay, Vice Mayor Parton?
Yeah, I know there might be some hesitation, on doing it just right now. But I wanted to know, Dr. Manker, do you think that for the remaining city departments, that's something that you can either have for us at the November meeting or the December meeting?
We have a timeline. We have to do this in a few
Use
weeks.
in a budget.
Right, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is just come to a compromise that we approve for the sheriff's department now with the understanding that Dr. Manker's gonna come back either in November or December. And then, we start building that into the budget, so that way we get the holistic picture like we want to.
So the plan was for the remaining departments to have that as a part of the budgeting process.
Right.
It was not gonna be any sooner than that.
We do
The
have,
the sheriff's request was because the time that it takes to receive a vehicle is 9 months out. So if this request is denied today and his is brought into the budgeting process, then that delays
Right.
an additional, 9 or 10 months.
Right.
Before we can even get around to purchasing.
Right, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, we have multiple members on council that wanna see the holistic plan. And I think they wanna see it before the budget cycle.
Right, I'm not really sure.
That's not what we-
I
that's-
wanna
that's
see
what
it
we're saying.
during the budget. I'm tired of seeing
Okay.
stuff outside of
I'm
the
not really
budget.
sure
That's
if
the
it's
point.
possible for us to get it before the budget. We need to go through every department, determine the needs, understand why that's a need, and then develop a cost structure around that.
I mean, I'm not saying that we adopt it later on this year, but we're given that information, before we start the budget cycle, but we have it, and that we know, going into the budget cycle, that we want to implement this because we know it's a cost-saving initiative. That's why.
so Sheriff, I have a
I'm
question.
trying to help you, Dr. Manker.
I'll work on it
And
for you.
Sheriff Stanley, I'm
Okay,
trying to.
so let me ask you one question. What made you choose this route instead of any other route? What made you go this way?
That is a good question. One of the first meetings when I took office in January
Yeah.
was with Michael Newbill at Public Works, who turned me on to this program, which I'd never heard of before. We then scheduled a meeting with Enterprise, which happened in February. Unfortunately, I was not able to take part in that meeting. I had COVID at the time. But Captain Lilly was in that meeting. He came back with the information. It really sounded like, kind of win-win for everybody. We were able to get another meeting scheduled, a few months back and start to get the ball rolling. And that's kind of how, we landed here tonight. But, like I said, it was brought to my attention from Michael Newbill of Public Works.
Okay, so, I just wanted to see different, give me some, options here. But, thank you. The Sheriff Department does generate revenue for us. I appreciate everything.
We're trying
If
to-
we have to
trying to keep
do, and I love seeing y'all on 295, I'm driving home.
I don't wanna get started.
I never get stopped. I follow the law. I'm a law-abiding citizen. However, is there something that you need within, I heard something where you said in a week, you need this in a few weeks? You did.
What is the?
There's something that
the
you need.
window we would like to know the
Yeah,
window.
so, due to COVID and just due to the part shortages, a lot of manufacturers have been short on vehicles, so essentially, for the first time in really ever, vehicles aren't being built, and I'm sure you see the dealer lots, so, are empty now, whereas before they were, stacked up. So essentially, these Dodge Durangos, which were the units we were targeting to replace for, the sheriff's office, they opened for ordering last week, and they are typically only open, Ford Interceptor was open for 2 weeks. And there's other vehicle models. So for example, the GMC pickup trucks were open for 24 hours. And the unfortunate part is that they don't tell you, there's not a scheduled window. It can essentially turn off at any moment, unfortunately. If we did not go this route, and again, I completely understand if that is the case, it probably wouldn't be 9 months, Dr. Maker. It'd probably be more like 14 months, 15 months before we were able to get vehicles in. Because again, we have to wait for the next ordering window, and it's about a 6-month build time. So on these ones in particular, they're taking orders today. They're starting production in December. It's a 6-month build time. We as a company do not start charges until the vehicle delivers. Another thing that we've done for some of our other counties when they're in a similar situation like this is we have an addendum that we can make that essentially holds you non-liable for the vehicle. So if, for whatever reason, you guys look at the holistic plan and you say Enterprise isn't the thing, we can rehome those vehicles to one of our other clients. So we've done that as well.
Thank you, sir. That's all I needed, is a way to
Yeah.
safely
Get out of it.
get out
Yep,
if we
absolutely.
need to not do this. So again, just to be clear to the sheriff, again, I reiterate, we became fully, I say fully because I'm pretty sure there's more skeletons in the closet that we haven't identified. But we've been brought up to speed a lot in terms of capital improvement requests and staff requests that have not made it to council. So I fully anticipated something like this. So I don't want you to think that I'm not supportive. I also understand why you want to use the money revenue to put back into your team. Understand. My only concern, just for you to understand a little bit more where I'm coming from, because these things have been popping up, and then there's other requests council has been aware of, but for various reasons we couldn't address it. There's a lot of things that's on the table, right? And so we need to have the opportunity with new administration to sit down and comb through these things to figure out what is a plan of action and what needs to be addressed and prioritized. And we kind of started that process with the ARPA funds, where we have like $26 million of requests and we have $10 million of money. And so we prioritize just a little bit of things to fund, and then we'll come back and, so I just want you to understand that the goal is to try to take a big chunk in this upcoming budget cycle to realign things and put everything up on the surface to know what is it that people have been asking for, what do we have to fund, and where are we at with trying to meet these needs. And so I'm not trying to prolong it for you personally, it's just that there's so many things that have come up. And so if there is an opportunity for us to support this, but have an opportunity for us later on, if and when we decide that maybe we want to take another approach to help accomplish this goal, I feel comfortable with that. As long as legal, is the one that reviews this before we do this. But I can support that, and I thank you for making sure you shared that.
Absolutely.
And I have a point of information. I'm not going to drag this on all night. Dr. Manker,
Yes, ma'am.
with the police vehicles, what was the lead time on delivery? Did we also have that?
We had, it's 8 months.
It's 8 months? Okay.
Are we looking at?
The reason why I'm asking if we did go this way, how did you already have a cost, or you came up with a cost or dollar value of how much it's going to cost to fully equip the vehicle? Is that,
It's included.
It's included in here?
It's included in the quote.
okay.
It's 167.
And that includes the maintenance and the installation?
And fuel would be the only variable cost there.
Because you guys are not putting in the equipment. So,
We are putting in the equipment,
but we are, okay, you guys are
but
installing
we're not
it.
doing the fuel. So the fuel's a variable cost. It's in that total budget line.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what we're looking at.
Yeah.
We've got
Alright,
two.
give me
You
one
got
second.
you have a plan A, and then you have a current fleet total cost, which
So let me look, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, it's 167.
Yeah, we need to make sure.
We need,
Yeah, so this was the one, and I'm sorry.
167.
What slide are we on?
This,
It looks like vehicle replacement analysis.
Yes.
and then this was the vehicle at turn. So
At
this is
turn.
5 years from now.
okay.
Okay, so the 160, no, the
That's cur-
150.
this is-
I don't see
this is
the-
current.
I don't see the,
Motion to give
the
you-
equipment on here.
That's the amount we need.
Is it
for the
here?
Motion is 167 or 154?
He's verbally saying.
Yeah, so the fuel.
But I need to see it on here.
Yeah, I'll come down.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
The fuel is, I just put to look at a holistic picture, the fuel and maintenance, I believe, are
So
separate line items.
you
So it's the, it'd be,
minus that out, so it's gotta be the 167 for the vehicles, right?
it'd be this, the maintenance. Yeah, so the vehicles themselves are this capital line.
Okay.
But again, yeah, sorry.
The screen is back up
Can
if
you-
you want to.
I just want you to show me where the equipment is.
Yeah,
It's
113,
not broken out,
210.
I have a quote, I can pull that.
I would like to give a breakdown of each vehicle and the cost, because even though we're grouping them all together, it'll be nice to have a,
53.
identified list.
One second.
It's $53,670 per vehicle with the equipment.
Okay, and which is it grouped under?
We're on page,
So this is,
Which line item is it grouped under?
this helps us,
And I just want to be clear.
vehicle by vehicle.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because I do want to identify things. Even if we group things together, you can say that that's part of it, but if I don't see it, I don't know where it's at.
So there's the vehicle cost.
Oh, this is what I needed.
Yep. So there's your vehicle cost, and then the additional equipment cost. So on the 8 pursuit graded vehicles, it's the 12,300. On their 2 administrative vehicles, because they don't need some of the equipment.
So patrol is what the line item is named.
Correct.
So patrol means equipment.
The
The
patrol
fleet-
is just the type
type of car.
Type of car. So
But when we're talking about radios and equipment, where is
that's
that?
right here. One time equipment cost. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So you're not providing the radios, but you guys are installing them. So this is the installation cost, not the cost of the,
Or actually,
can you just be a little bit more clear with that? So the question now I have, excuse me, counsel.
Yep.
My question right now is, are we purchasing the sheriff's equipment that goes into the vehicle, or are we actually purchasing just or paying for just the installation?
Yes.
So can you please be clear?
So this equipment, I can print out the breakout from the vendor we're using. It's a third-party vendor. We're doing the lights,
Third party.
computer station, mounting racks, cages.
And that would be beneficial, especially when we're paying for things, that we understand what the line item costs are. And that is gonna help our financial section, right? So you're getting it through a third-party vendor, which we're paying you guys for, but that cost is incorporated in that 12,000. Got you. And the 12,000 also includes the installation.
Correct.
And maintenance?
Maintenance is not, the maintenance is not included.
It's okay, maintenance and fuel is not.
Correct.
Okay, just wanna make sure.
So that's all I wanted to do, is have a cost breakdown so the
Yeah.
community can know that we're being clear and transparent on what we're actually paying for. We are stewards of the citizens' money, our taxpayers' money, right? So we have to be clear that we know what we're purchasing. The other thing is, there was an issue, it's a safety issue. Your cars are old. It's not safe to have old, broken down cars on 295. People die there. So what do we need to do tonight to ensure the safety of our public safety officers, especially the sheriff department? Because we have done that for the police department. What do we need to do today?
what is the question you're asking?
She does, what you're saying is, their cars, right? The police department, they need new cars.
Right.
There's a safety issue. Sheriff Stanley is saying that his cars are over 15 years old. That's a safety issue. We have sheriffs that are on 295, and it is dangerous. People die on 295. My thing is, what is it that we can do as today to assist to make sure the safety of the sheriff's department?
That's the sheriff's question.
I obviously approved this.
Of course he is.
That's
right.
Partially approved,
That's what he wants.
but do-
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing that can happen immediately, because, as he mentioned.
it's a lead time.
I have
I just have one clarifying question. You said fuel and maintenance were not included. I just want to understand, what does it mean when it says annual maintenance costs? This is not a catch-all. I just wanted to know what you mean by
It's
that.
an estimate based on the vehicles that we have on lease.
That we pay to you?
No, because you guys are using we have, and again, without opening up a whole new can of worms.
That's what I'm
here,
trying not to.
We do have programs where you can do maintenance through us, but
Okay.
with my conversation with the sheriff
Okay,
and with
so that's
Mr.
why this
Newbill,
is on here.
yeah, yeah, and you like I said, you can continue maintenance as you do currently through the fleet department.
But you said it's estimated, this is not fixed.
This is fixed if you went through our program. The other line on the other sheet, I brought too many numbers, I think, maybe.
No, I want a clear breakdown.
No, we never have enough information.
Okay, good. That makes me
No,
feel good.
actually,
We'll be
I'm
here
actually
on-
happy
We need
you're able to pull this out, because usually we'll be like, well, we'll bring it back, bring it back.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for this.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
I want to point out one thing, though, that I had to clarify myself, so if we've missed it. There are 10 cars on here, but the delivery costs are different on the last two. That's because the sheriff says he's ordering 8 patrol cars and 2 admin cars. So there's going to be different upfit for the admins than there will be for the patrols. So just want everybody to be aware of that. And in lieu of that, I'd like to make a motion that we designate a percentage of revenue generated on 295 for the use of an enterprise lease for 10 fleet vehicles for the sheriff's department for the FY 2024 budget, and allow the city manager to execute the contract with Enterprise on behalf of the city.
Second it.
friendly amendment?
Brain's burning down there, Jasmine.
Can you just do a caveat to make sure that it's with the city attorney to ensure that there's
Yes,
that
absolutely.
that disclaimer included?
Just add that to, that it has to go through the city attorney before we execute, the city manager executes, yeah, sure.
No, not just go through the attorney. It goes through
It also has
Prior
to go through
to-
the finance
Yeah.
director
Yes, that's
too,
what I'm
because
saying.
we gotta
Yes.
make
Normal
sure we're in
process.
compliance with
Yes.
leasing
Yeah.
right.
as well, so.
No, correct. That's your internal workflows. What I'm saying for the motion, for the record, is that it needs to go through city attorney approval to
Right.
ensure that the clause we discussed is included in this contract.
Okay. Kimmy, whatever
I-
she said. I'm easy.
this is needed, and this is where we are, right?
Okay.
The only thing moving forward is we need to make sure that we're doing our proper market research. We are, yes, Mr. Terry.
He knows his hand or something?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, he never does that.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
I'm scared, actually.
Good evening, council. I would just request, and I have requested of the interim city manager, that whatever motion you make, you also include that the finance director and the financial advisor for the city take a look at the agreement, because based on how it is written or what's in the language, we need to make sure that this financing is in alignment with the city charter as it
Yes,
relates
sir.
to debt service. Because if it isn't, then we need to be able to let the attorney know how to work with them
Yeah.
to make that happen. Otherwise, we might find ourselves having to have another public hearing or whatever. So just want to make sure that there is a compliance issue to consider as you enter into this agreement. And I checked with my folks today. We've been going over it. And I just recently sent a request for us to get a copy of that and look at it. So I would ask if you would definitely add that to the motion.
Okay.
So all you need to do is just insert
Yeah.
finance director
Are you okay with
with
that?
and
With
city attorney.
counselors, are you okay with the
It's my
addition?
motion and I'm okay with it.
Are you okay with it? Who
Who
seconded?
seconded it?
I
Count-
second it.
Okay. The only thing I'm asking is moving forward that we make sure that we're doing our research. We don't just want to go with the one thing.
Right.
You're great, I'm not but we are stewards of our taxpayers' money, and we want to make sure that we're getting the best, right, for the cost, right, and getting what we're paying for. So with that being said, I don't see any other lights, roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway. Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passed, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
I just have a point of information for the city manager.
Yes,
When we're looking at purchasing for the city,
okay.
do we have an identified person that does that research?
Yes, we have a procurement officer now.
Okay, so our procurement officer, so should we start including, if they want to start purchasing, we have somebody that will be able to
Yeah, yes.
research? Can we,
Research contact, yes.
can we put that into our next, look at that as a policy?
Yes.
Because we also have different purchasing agencies that we have to go through for the state for certain items,
Sure.
okay?
Our three, we have Sheriff Stanley here again. He is requesting, he has 3 part-time positions. He's having difficulties employing anyone who would like to work part-time. He is requesting that he eliminate those 2 part-time positions to save $80,000, roughly $80,855.32. And he would like to convert those into full-time positions. Their financial impact is $64,000, so he saved 80, will be taking back 64, and that will actually leave a surplus of $15,000. So no additional funds are needed to convert these 2 positions into full-time, the 3 positions into 2 full-time positions, and efforts to recruit sheriffs.
Point of information, has this been taken to the finance
Yes.
director?
Yes.
Do we
You
have your
the-
blessing?
You have, yes, you have the documents in.
Is there a
supporting
motion?
documents.
I move that we eliminate the 2 part-time positions and convert, wait a second.
Yeah.
Convert, yeah, that's right,
That's right.
okay, sorry, misread the line. Eliminate the 2 part-time positions and convert the 3 part-time positions to full-time.
Second.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion passed, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you,
You
Sheriff.
had a banner night tonight.
Thank you very much.
That was an easy
That's it.
request.
That's
That
it
was-
for the rest of the year.
Because
That's
you
it.
found a solution before you asked, and you need no money, that's why.
Keep
Thank
the
you.
cost savings coming.
Yes,
Thank you for following the process.
appreciate
All right,
that.
so R4, I think we took care of in closed session, but it's actually, the, performance indicators for waste management, and I think you guys, left directives with Ms. Smith to continue with some additional language. So I think we can move past R4 and on to, reports of the council, Councilor Gore.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm actually gonna pivot to, the mayor.
Oh.
So as you guys are aware, right before COVID, we did town hall meetings to revise our 2015 city strategic plan. We held a retreat, we had department director training, et cetera, et cetera. That plan was generated into a draft based off of the collective feedback from everyone who participated. That draft was then tweaked by directors with a separate meeting with the manager at an administrative advance. And then that was brought back to city council. The version that I'm about to hand out to you guys is the one that was edited by the prior administration, and it left off with asking council to share any additional tweaks or amendments to this document. So forgive me that it's not in the packet. I could not find the latest and greatest version because it was in another packet. So what you will receive is, it was last discussed on September 28th, 2020. Please don't have heartburn regarding that. Remember that this is a living document. So it's meant to be adjusted over time
Yes.
and tweaked. So I think the intention was for us to just support, again, the skeleton of this, because there are elements in it related to public safety in particular that would be of great value, financial planning, community support, et cetera, et cetera. And so if we could, agree to have this as the baseline, to have work sessions to continue to flesh this out, I think that would be of value. So I'm going to hand this out. Special thanks to IT for getting this off the printer for me when I found it. And I'll pass it over to the mayor so she can share why she wanted this to be brought back.
Thank you. I would like to commend former Mayor Gore. She did work hard. We did have a retreat. We came up with a plan, right? But we have to have a vision. If we're here on council, council has to work in unison with a vision. This is not a plan that is set in stone. It can be changed, updated. However, council, as we start working, I'm gonna have to say, as we start working better as a group, and we have, that we look at one vision. And once we have one vision, we can work towards that, right? And that is the reason why I did ask former Mayor Gore that she present this again this evening. So, you said that this is not the full draft?
No, it is the full
is.
draft.
Yeah,
It's the full draft. It's the
So
last one.
I would like council, as homework and research, to take this home, and I would like to place this on the next regular meeting agenda as an art item. I would like your notes. Please send them to me via text.
Email?
My email doesn't work.
What?
I'm joking.
We can't text you.
I'm
notes.
joking. I get faster responses in text. But if you can email me, what you can do is when you're looking at these, your slides here, view this and track changes, okay? And then write your notes on the side. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can do it on the paper copy, write your notes on the side, and you can just give them to me. Or I can come pick them up from
Has it
you.
been sent to us
I'm
electronically?
doing it right now.
Okay, good, because I knew I hadn't seen it.
If you would like to put the notes here and give them to me, I would recommend that. I will draft up a revision, let you guys see it prior to the next council meeting, regular scheduled council meeting.
When do you want this by?
Is that okay? The next meeting is November,
Yeah, we only have one.
the only one meeting.
15th.
I think, can we move this to December?
No. We'll move it to November. I want to move this to November. By that time, I'll have everything together, okay?
The 15th or the 14th?
Double check.
Okay, so we have to give it to you prior to the meeting.
Please give it to me a week prior to the Tuesday.
Okay.
It
Just wanna make
is
sure.
the 15th.
It's the 15th.
11:15.
So if you could give it to me by the 10th of November. Well, no, because you have 10. What is that weekend? I want you guys to be able to rest that weekend. You guys have been
Yeah.
working very hard.
The 10th of November?
Give it to me by,
That's this.
That's the Thursday. The
That's
8th is voting date, so that's a Tuesday.
I would like it on the 11th, please.
I do work for the Department of Veteran Services. I might be a little busy on that day. But it's okay, I'll have it to you
Well, just have
beforehand.
it to her early.
I'll get to you early.
Well, it's,
I'll
well,
get
it
to you
is
early.
Veterans Day, and I would like to say thank you to all our veterans, including, well, you're still on there, and myself as well, as a veteran, and Counselor
If you can get it
Pelham.
by 11th, I can get it by the 11th.
If I can do it on the 11th, you guys can give it to me on the 11th. Thank you for your service. Okay, with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh, yeah.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
All right, you guys got your email.
No need to extend the meeting, Ms. Ferguson
She
Smith.
wasn't gonna let us anyway. She already said that. She was not letting us extend.
it anyway. We're getting close,
So what did we discuss today at the wastewater?